え、行く？降りんの？ここ。
はいよ。
え、しょうがねえな。よっ。
かっこ悪い。
ほっといてくれよ。どうよカイム、なんか見覚えあんのか？
いや、何も。
かな、かゆくなってきた。これかでけえな。え？
What's going on, Makes Fit?
お、なんだ？海の幸か？
パイプを食ってる？
いや、食っているのは魔導力だ。
Oh shit. Yo, the soundtrack. That's crazy. Some crazy music. Too bad I don't have an all spell yet. Alright, so these guys are all front row. That guy still counts as front row? Alright. Well, let's take him out one by one, I guess. Oh, word. Well, good to see you. Interesting. So they all charge magic and then the snake absorbs it, it seems. I have a feeling these things are going to respawn. But let's kill them anyway. Man, that Nobuo Uematsu soundtrack, damn. Yeah, been doing good. Hope you've been doing good as well. Alright, let's figure out what this other guy is weak to. Organic element fire. So, in theory, we want to cast, I don't know, not any of these spells. Let's try Prism. So there's a meter in the upper left there showing how much MP he's been drawing. Interesting.
Damn it!
Yup, they respawn. And they respawn all at the same time. Oh no, I guess 2 at a time. That's not so bad. Nice, that hit all actually. That's pretty good. Keep doing that, I guess. Or we should see if we can poison him first.
じゃあね。
Miss. Guess we gotta try it one more time. You know he's gonna do something fucked up when that bar gets full. Fuck it. Now everyone can attack. Suppose I should have charged Prism. That's good damage though. Alright. Attack and charge Prism. He's gonna get a good charge out of that. Now his drawn MP meter's full. Ouch. What's that status effect? Is that like paralysis? Probably paralysis. Alright, I think I need to do a little bit of this. And a little bit of this. And you can continue doing that. Oh, damn, forgot about that. Well, at least when Prism hits, they'll be all of them up. Okay, she's still paralyzed. Do I have something that can fix that? Anti-paralysis herb. Look at that. Doesn't really matter what you do because you're paralyzed. And you should do white magic. What is Zephyr? Slightly recovers HP of all allies. That's pretty good. Oh, and I have a cure paralysis spell. That's good to know. You should first heal and then you should do shield next turn. Should have done that earlier on. Should save those in case the healer gets paralyzed. That battle theme still going strong. Got him. That just like heals. I guess so. Is there another save point? Just not yet. Here. Some items. That say? Actually, I was like mashing A to try and interact with something. I didn't catch what it said. It's weird, his voice is cutting out. Like background noise is way louder than everything else for some reason. Heard that sometimes pausing it and unpausing it can fix the audio. Oh, no. It's on a pulse though, so it's like kind of the same thing that was happening with that environment audio earlier, where it was like. Yeah, see, the voices are fixed because they're not using whatever that effect was.
何をなんじゃくれ我が軍の者が弓程度避けられてどうするさっさと準備しろ弓兵構え撃て
Oh, dang. Time to do some healing next round. With so many enemies, it's hard to keep track of when their turn is coming up. I gotta look at the thing more. Alright. See that interrupted him. So he does count as back row. that. Try that.
キリがないよ。ヤンセン、パイプを狙え。こいつら私と皆無で引きつける。俺出してる魔導力に転化するんだ。
それってヤバいだろ絶対。
他に方法はないよ。ここを突破しなけりゃ調査も何もあったもんじゃないよ。
ヤンセン、やれ。
分かった分かった分かった、やるよ。
Wow, the weather is tricky here. What to translate? Oh shit. Rip everyone except the immortals, I guess. I have VSync enabled, but I'm still getting tearing on my projector. It doesn't look that way in the stream.
まったく大した作戦だぜ。みんな勘でしまってこのざまだ。
ぐだぐだ言わないの。どんな状況でも反撃の手があるものよ。2の手3の手を読んでおかなくちゃ。
パイプをぶっ飛ばせって言った時に2の手3の手まで考えてたとは思えねえな。それともとっ捕まるのがセカンドプランだってか。ずいぶん長生きしてんだからもうちょっと頭を使ってほしいもんだな。
あんたとはもう口聞かない。
勝手に話を終わらせんじゃねえ。おいカイ、そいつなんと言ってやってくれよ。
Story time? Story time. A dream has been revealed. They live in shells. He is in darkness. Unlike the darkness of the night, it is enclosed. devoid of depth or expanse. He hears a heavy door slowly rumbling open. A shaft of light shoots in, but it is not so well defined as that. To eyes accustomed to nothing but darkness, however, the faint gleam feels like a shower of sparks. "Stop this, please, I beg of you, let me go." A young man's screams echo through the emptiness. No voice answers him. Crouching in the darkness, Kime counts the footsteps. 3 men have come in. The disorderly footsteps probably belong to the young man. The other 2 are perfectly regular. "Please, I'm begging you. If it's money you want, I'll get you all you could ask for on the outside. I promise I won't forget to show my thanks to you, please." The only reply of the 2 men who have brought the young one here is the clunk of an iron lock opening. "No, no, please, I'm begging you. I'll do anything you want, anything." A dull thud is the sound of flesh tearing, bone wrenching. Someone collapses on the floor. A strangled scream. The clunk of an iron lock closing. Kime knows the young man has been thrown into the shell diagonally opposite his own. When you are locked into one of these windowless shells, your hearing becomes acutely sensitive. "Don't do this! Get me out of here! Please get me out of here!" From the sound of the voice, Kime can imagine a young man's face with boyish traces, a small-time hoodlum hardly a step above a teenage gang member. When he was still on the streets, no doubt, he used to swagger down the sidewalk, his cunning but cowardly eyes darting every which way. The two men who brought him to the end, their footsteps moving off together. The heavy door opens and closes again. Left alone in the darkness, a young man howls his entreaties for a time. But when he realizes they will do no good, he shouts himself hoarse, spitting out one curse after another until he begins to sob. "Quiet down there," an old man calls out from one of the inner shells. "It won't do you any good to make a fuss. Time to give up, sonny." This is the voice of the oldest man living in a dozen or so shells lined up in the darkness. He was already here when Kime was sent to this place. It is always his role to quiet and comfort the obstreperous newcomers. What does that word mean? If you've got time to bawl like that, keep your eyes closed. Huh? Just make sure you keep sucking on your memories of the outside, like a piece of candy. Sounds of suppressed laughter come from the surrounding shells. Kime joins in with a smile and a sigh. All the shells in the dark are supposedly full, but few of their inhabitants are laughing. Most of them have lost the strength to laugh. "Hey, Sonny," the old man continues in his role as advisor to the newcomer. "No point in making a fuss. Just calm down and accept your fate. Otherwise," and here a note of intensity enters the old man's voice, "they'll drag you out of here feet first." It's interesting, just these parts seem to be choppy on the stream for some reason. I think maybe VSync isn't working in these scenes for some reason. This is exactly what happened yesterday to the former inhabitant of the young man's shell. He had been screaming on and off for a day. Then came a day of banging his head against the shell wall. Then nothing until he was dragged out in silence. So, get a hold of yourself, Sonny. Don't let the darkness swallow you up. Close your eyes and imagine nice scenery from the outside. The bigger the better. The ocean or the sky or some huge field of grass. Remember, imagine, that's the only way to survive this place. This was the advice he always gave to newcomers. But the young man screamed tearfully, "Who the hell you think you're kidding? Survive this place? And then what? I know what this place is. No exit prison. They throw lifers in here, give them just enough food to keep them alive, and in the end they kick the bucket anyway. Am I right? There's nothing left to hope for." His shouts turn to sobs again. This is the reaction of most of the newcomers. Nor are they mistaken. This is a prison. Each of the shells is a solitary cell with bars, and the sun shines on a prisoner only on the day of his funeral. That is rough. Everybody dies, Sonny, that's for sure. You just can't let your mind go before your body goes. Hope doesn't have to fade unless you throw it out yourself, the old man goes on softly. He then adds with feeling, this system we live under can't last much longer either. The old man is a political prisoner. As leader of the anti-government faction, he long resisted the dictatorship until he finally lost the struggle and was imprisoned. The young man has no ears for the old man's words, however. He continues thrashing on the floor and crying. This fellow won't be in his shell for much longer than his predecessor. In a few days, or in less than a month at best, he will go to pieces. The darkness is that powerful. Depriving a prisoner of light is far crueler than taking his life in an instant. My, the old man reflects. This fellow's not going to do us much good in a prison break. The old revolutionary laughs. It might be a genuine laugh or a bold front, but in any case, no one laughs in response. Tomorrow morning, or rather, since there's no clear-cut morning in the darkness, after they go to sleep, wake up and have their next meal, another cold corpse will be dragged out wordlessly from another shell. Hey, listen. How many of us are here now? The old revolutionary asks. Answer if you can hear me. I can hear you, Kime says. His is the only voice. Man, this is bad. We were full up a little while ago. The old man gives a dry chuckle. Kime asks, I wonder if something's happened out there. Maybe so, answers the old revolutionary. If you ask me, this would be about the right time for a coup d'etat or a revolution. My boys aren't going to keep quiet much longer. What was your name again? Kime? Have you noticed what's happening? How there used to be a lot more guys getting thrown down here until a little while ago, and most of them are real nobodies, not worth sentencing to life? Uh-huh, sure. The young man was one of them, nothing but a small-time crook. It just so happened that the storehouse he broke into belonged to a rich man with ties to a powerful politician. This was the only reason they put him in a shell. The shells always used to be full. They would throw a bunch of men in here and they would die. Then new men would come and then they would die. The young man was one of those. The terror of being enveloped in darkness was too much for him and he went to pieces. He was apparently having hallucinations at the end. I'm coming, Mama, I'm coming. Wait for me, please, Mama. He repeated over and over like a child. Where are you, Mama? Here? Are you here? And he gouged his own eyes out with his bare hands. I figure things were getting scary out there, the cops losing control, so the government was really starting to crack down, which is why these shells are always full. This is what brought the young man here. Blood streaming from his eye sockets, he died muttering in snatches, What did I do? Or what did I do? Everybody knows damn well there are plenty of men way worse than me. But now the place is empty. Do you know what that means, Kime? Sure, there's so much crime out there now that the government can't suppress it. You got it. The whole royal family might be strung up by now for all we know. It's a revolution. It will happen any day now. That means you and I will get out of here. My boys will come and get us. Just hang in there a little while longer. Kime nods in silence. The old revolutionary goes on. You're strong, Kime. Not many guys could stay as calm as you, thrown into a shell and enveloped in darkness like this. Not even Kime can explain it. It is true that he was strangely calm when they put him in the shell. The darkness was something he seemed to recognize as a distant memory. In the distant past, he, too, may have tasted the anguish of the other shell inhabitants, so tortured by the fear of being sealed in darkness. How are you so tough mentally, Kime? Does it mean Does it mean you too are a revolutionary? No, not me. His crime is hardly worth talking about. He resisted somewhat under questioning when they brought him in as a suspect, and for that he was branded a rebel and thrown into a shell. The old man is probably right, though. The country's dictatorship is almost certainly in its last days. It won't be long now. We'll be back in the real world before we know it. I have hope right in here, and it will stay here until I abandon it myself. The old revolutionary mutters as if he's trying to convince himself. The prison falls soon afterward. Armed young men come charging into the darkness and open the shell's barred doors. Embraced by his boys, the old revolutionary goes out. "Wait," Kime cries, trying to hold him back, but he is too late. Anxious to see the new world following the destruction of the old system, the old revolutionary steps outside and opens his eyes. It is evening. Though the sun is nearly down, the light is still strong enough to burn eyes accustomed to total darkness. The old revolutionary presses his hands into his eyes and with a groan crumples to his knees. Kime has saved himself by shielding his eyes with his arm. Not even he knows what caused him to do this. Could distant memories have taught him that the truly frightening thing about punishment by darkness is what happens after release from prison? When could I have been imprisoned and where? More important, how long have I been on this endless journey? With bleeding eyes, surrounded on the ground by his boys, the old revolutionary searches for Kime. "I came all this way, Kime, only to make one terrible mistake at the bitter end. My eyes are probably useless now." This is precisely why he asks Kime for one last favor. "Tell me, Kime, what is outside world like? Has the revolution succeeded? Are there people happy? Are they smiling joyfully?" Kime opens his eyes slowly, and just barely, beneath the shade of his hand. As far as I can see, the ground is covered in bodies. The corpses of royal troops and revolutionary troops are heaped on one another, and countless civilians are dead. A mother lies dead with her small child in her arms, the bloody corpse of the child's father next to them, arms outstretched in a vain attempt to shield them. "Tell me what you see, Kime." Kime fights back a sigh and says, "You must work from now on to build a happy society." The old revolutionary senses the truth. "I won't abandon hope, Kime, no matter what." As if to say, "I know what." Kime nods and begins to walk away. "Where are you going?" "I don't know. Someplace." "Why didn't you stay here and build a new world with us?" "You of all people can do that now, I know." "But thank you, sir. I'll be moving on just the same." The old revolutionary does not try to hold Kime back. Instead, as a parting gift, he repeats for Kime the words he spoke so often in his shell. "There will always be hope, wherever you are, until you yourself abandon it. Never forget that." Kime walks on. His eyes chance to light on the body of a young boy lying at his feet. The boy breathed his last with eyes wide open in fear. Kime kneels and gently closes the boy's eyelids. He knows deep down in a memory too far away for even him to reach that while darkness can be a great source of terror, it can also bring deep and lasting peace.
怖いか。
なんだよ、唐突だな。
怖いのか。
ああ、怖いよ。この状況ももちろんだがな。あんたのことだって怖くねえって言ったら嘘になる。
俺もだ。
ああ？
私はカカナス将軍だ。
General Kansas.
ウマラ全軍を統括する任を賜っている。 我が言葉は女王陛下の言葉と知れ。お前たちに聞きたいことが。
どうぞ何なりと。
お前たちはウーラの手のものだな。あそこで何をしていた？
俺たちは
ただの旅人。
そう旅人。俺亭主、あっちに呼ぶ。真ん中のむっつり君は俺のダチ。いや俺たち途中であんなどでかいもの見たんでね、びっくりしただけでさ。
苦労するなよ。あれがウーラのグランドスタックなる巨大魔導機関であり、あれと先の小惑星落下が関係しているという情報はすでに掴んでいる。知りたい。あれに一体何が起こっているのかということだ。お前たち本当に何も知らんのか？
だから旅人だってば。
濡れ衣ですよ。出してくださいよここ。
ただの旅人風情にしては手だれの戦いぶりだったね。
旅人だと言っている。
口を割らせる方法はいくらでもある。覚悟しておけ。
将軍、
どうした？
やはりホワイトボアの修復は現状の装備では賄いきれません。放電による損傷があまりにも大きすぎ、技術証拠の話ではヌマラに戻りドック入りすべきだと。
技術屋が言うのではやむを得まい。作戦を中止してヌマラに帰還する。はっ。まあ待て、あのお飾りはどうしてる？
女王陛下でありますか。お部屋におられます。先ほどからずっとハープの音が聞こえております。
女王、こんなところに。
でもお飾りってなんだよ。
優雅なものだね。まあ口出しされるよりは音楽をめでてもらってる方がこっちは楽か。
誠に。
出発の準備だ。皆に伝えろ。はっ。
なんだおい、お飾りって仮にも女王陛下だろ。
何怒ってんの？
あの将軍どう聞いたって女王をコケにしてるだろ。何が我が言葉は女王の言葉と知れた。虫唾が走るぞ。
何それ。女王が気になるんだ。あんたに町場の女で十分よ。
それにしても気になるな、沼良ってどういう国なんだろうな。これ沼良っぽい女がいんのかな。なあおい、あんたもなんか引っかかってんじゃねえのか、その沼良に。
いや、わからん。
私はあるよ。天に輝く白いモニュメント。
Still got the glasses on.
覚えているのか？
少しずつ記憶が戻ってる気がする。きっとあんたも。
夢は見る。
この前苦いだけって言ってたのは夢のこと？
ああ、あんたその夢が怖いんじゃないのか。
ああ。俺の記憶は夢に満たされている。ただの夢なのか、それとも過去なのか。
crashed. Xenia has now paused itself. I wonder if I can resume. I have to reload the game. Still says Lost Odyssey. I haven't saved in a while, so hopefully I don't have to redo all that. Let's Google this real quick. Well, guess I'll just try and reload it. Or that doesn't work. I'm probably gonna have to replay a lot of stuff. Hopefully I can skip cutscenes. It might be before that snake fight. Been a while since I was able to save. Ooh, yeah. That's like where I loaded up the game in the first place. Dang. That sucks. Alright. I'm gonna look into if save states work and how to make them work if they do. Maybe it is in the configuration file. Seems they removed save states. Maybe because they were broken. I guess I'll just try it again. I need to go to the bathroom though, so I will be right back. Okay, before they do this all over again, I'm going to Google this real quick and check that it is not one of the known places that this game crashes. Well, hold on. Let's close the emulator for a second. I'm just going to do some basic checks here. Just check out this YouTube video
when you
of
check
this guy here.
I'm going to showcase you guys how to stop the Zinnia emulator from crashing so much. But before we get started this video, please make sure guys you would like, share, and also the video graphics card. I suggest you guys to basically update your drivers every day.
Alright, update your drivers.
Control panel.
What I was interested in seeing here is if there's some sort of setting that you can force in the NVIDIA control panel.
Always set, when you get right here, set it to 1050. Now, do keep in mind that if you have a more up-to-date graphics card, you may have more settings, and if you're using this on a PC, scale it to the middle, image settings with preview. But I always choose like I mentioned plenty times before. Always use NVIDIA processor. Now the default settings are good. They do have settings you can change that are very good for emulation, like Resi and typical emulation.
Guy doesn't seem to know what he's talking about. However, I was maybe interested because it looked like in some of the story sequences, VSync was not being forced on. So maybe for the emulator itself, under program settings, I can force on VSync. What was it? I don't know if it'll pick it up. Not MDI. Add. Program. Add. There we go. Sing me a canary. Do we have, is VSync even a setting here? Max frame rate. We're gonna set that to 60. Not 620. That won't let me back off. What a wonderful UI you've made, NVIDIA. Here we go. Up in numbers? No. 60. Nope. 0060. Nope. Can't I just... come on. What is wrong with you, NVIDIA? Are you serious right now? I can't, like... Alright. Can I press delete? There we go. That works. 60. Backspace didn't work in that thing. Monitor technology, fixed refresh. Yeah, that's what we want to do for this. Playing on a projector. Vertical sync. Here we go. We're going to say on. Um, preferred refresh rate is the wrong monitor. Hmm. Either globally application controlled or highest available. Interesting. Well, let's try that. Apply. Okay. And we'll give this another shot. If it crashes in the same place twice, I mean, it takes so long to get there. I do want to look up, because I think there was like, what was it? Prison crash? Is that a thing? There's a GitHub thread about this. Prison following Grand Staff. Yep, okay. Got past the crash by using the Save Anywhere hack on Cheat Engine. Yeah, so okay, this is a place where it typically crashes. You'll crash imminently in cutscenes or so you will crash at the prison cell when trying to talk to Jansen or crash during the battle. It can be bypassed using Cheat Engine, allowed you to save anywhere. You save inside the cell, reload the game, and you can escape without issues. Okay, so we need to do that. Xenia Cheat Engine.
When people die, they just go away. If there's any place a soul...
Alright. That. This is what we want. Not sure where to put that. So do I need to download Cheat Engine? Xenia. Oh, Cheat Engine is that, like, learning thing. How do you do this? Well, save anywhere. Yeah. Save anywhere. Function active 192. Hmm. Let's install this. Uh, okay, let's try and load one of these files. Save anywhere. It's the only one I want active. How do I make it active? Set hotkeys. Not freeze, it says. I don't know. Now I can't delete this. I'm not sure how this program works. Maybe I should have used the tutorial. Let's launch Xenia and see what it does. Hmm. On the experimental branch. Someone here has attached a save. I think that's right past it. Grab that just in case. I don't know, there isn't too much like customization for this. Maybe I could just load that save file and see what happens. Well, I kind of want to figure out how to try this cheat engine thing. See if that would work. Toggle selected records. Oh, it's going to crash because I have to turn my controller on. Close that. Oh, is that going to trigger that? That's going to trigger a cutscene. Skip it? Yeah. Go right into the fight, or can I think I get an opportunity? Huh. This just crashed. Tried to reload the ISO. Uncharted territory. Alright. I need to run to a random spot and try and make sure that save anywhere thing works. the game on the process list. No process selected, okay. Where do I do that? Here. And it's going to be Xenia Canary. Say toggle selected records. No. Not what I want. Oh, okay. crash? Yeah, it crashed. Let's try and attach to the game. Attached, right? I imagine the way this works is you're supposed to be able to just activate save anywhere once that is active. Walk off the save point, the menu. Huh. Attached to the wrong thing. It's weird, I had the save option before, but it was grayed out. Try the other one. Nope. Well, it's activating there. Maybe I need to reload the game. Maybe I need to be on the master build. Well, I think at this point the best thing to do is probably just to try and load that save that guy shared, because this is not working unless I'm just getting something completely wrong about how this is supposed to work, save anywhere. Weird, because it was like Well, this is annoying. See, I can load this save. I'm just not sure if I will need to use Cheat Engine to bypass anything else. In which case I would like to have it working. But what I'll do is I will back up this content folder, back up my current save. Content folder. Let's look at this save that I downloaded. Paste it in. Okay. Close Cheat Engine. And we'll try this one more time. See if it loads right after that prison scene. So, alright, let's see what kind of fucked up shit we've got going on here. I only have system in the menu. I guess you can't do any editing here. I guess that makes sense because we just got out of the prison. Well, I don't know what happened after you get out of the prison, but I guess we'll figure that out. I guess all your equipment gets confiscated anyway, so I wonder if they give it back or if you have to... Well, that was quick.
Look, it's him.
Oh, and it's English voices.
Yeah. Oh, did you all get put in there again? I'm so sorry for all this trouble. Here, I'll get you out at once.
Amnesiac soldier. We definitely missed some stuff by reloading this thing. Like, why is he helping us? Who is he?
I am so sorry you have to keep doing this.
There you go. Take care.
You've been a great pal. Hey, let's get a drink later.
Alright, we
Take
gotta
care.
switch in those Japanese voices. Not a door. It is a door. Gotcha. Oop. Soldiers. Oh. All right then. So I'll take your word
Did you all
for
get put
it.
in there again? I'm so sorry for all this.
Didn't save my voice preferences. Can I skip this? No. What's going on with that? Voice language Japanese. Maybe I have to save and reload. Try that. Alright. Those guys. Alright. Yeah, let's do this one more time and get caught intentionally, because I am curious as to whether or not it's going to save my preferences, because I'm not playing with that English dub, 'cause it sucks. There we go.
あなたたちまた入ってるんです。あれ？あなたたちま。
Alright. You know what I'm actually gonna do real quick is I'm just gonna look up on YouTube on full screen this. Lost Odyssey Prison Escape. The area. Prison Escape Part 2. See where that just shows where we're started. So there's this one. Like this is much the same. Yep, just loads it right at the brig. All cinematic cutscenes.
No, I only complain about you.
I'm going in.
Big, what do you guys have? 4 sets of lungs? Don't you get out of breath?
Alright, so we did this part. Okay, this is around where we were at. We gotta listen to English voices though.
Yeah.
Hey, great game plan there, getting ourselves knocked out and captured. Hey, that's brilliant. Why didn't I think of that?
Don't rub it in. Every situation has a way out. We'll just have to use Plan B. Or C.
When you said to aim at the pipe, did you have a plan B or was getting captured plan B? How about a plan G, like get the hell out of here? I mean, you've evolved 1,000 years, and guess what? We're still captured. Huh? Brilliant.
Give it a rest.
Oh, I got plenty of time to rest. 'Cause we're captured! Hey, Kai, come on, help me out here.
Scared?
What do you mean?
Are you afraid?
Afraid? Yeah, I am. Of course I'd be afraid in a situation like this. And I tell you what, I'd be lying if I wasn't saying that I was scared of you as well.
I'm afraid too.
You're kidding.
I'm afraid too.
I am General Kakanis, a majesty. The Queen has
well, at
bestowed
least we know how
upon
to
me the
pronounce
honor
it
of
now.
commanding all Numara's forces. I speak with Her Majesty's voice, and you shall answer my questions.
Go ahead, ask away. But no geography question.
What were you doing at Grand Staff? You are Uran spies, aren't you?
We're,
Just ordinary travelers.
yeah, travelers. That's what we are. Yeah, I'm the husband. Over there's my wife. And, Mr. Chuckles there in the middle, he's my buddy. Yeah, we were just surprised, you know, to see a building that huge while on our trip here.
Ah, do you think I'm a fool? That's Grand Staff, Ura's giant magic engine. And we are already aware that there is a link between that thing and the recent meteor crash. What I want to know is exactly what caused it to happen. I suppose none of you know anything. You're not spying for Ura, are you? Or maybe Gopsa,
I'm telling you, we're just travelers.
Come on, we're not spies. We don't know what happened. Come on, let us out of here.
Ah, since when do ordinary travelers display such masterful fighting skills?
We're simply travelers.
We have a great deal of skill in loosening obstinate tongue.
General,
What is it?
as we thought, our current equipment won't be enough to repair the White
Kakana's
Boa.
subordinate buns.
The damage caused by the electrical discharge is too great. According to the tech officer, we'll have to bring it back to Numara and dock
I guess
it for
because
full
it's not
repairs.
actually Final Fantasy, they couldn't do butts.
From what the tech officer says, there's nothing that can be done about it. We'll suspend the operation and return to Numara.
Yes, sir.
Wait, what's our figurehead doing now?
Her Majesty, sir? She's in her quarters. We've been hearing harp music from there for a while now.
The Queen in a place like this?
A figurehead? What's that?
How very refined. Well, if she loves music more than meddling, it makes things easier for me.
Yes, sir.
Time to prepare for departure. Inform the troops immediately.
Yes, sir.
What the hell? Figurehead? They can't be talking about the Queen like that.
What's got you so angry?
That general's making a fool out of the Queen. Hey, what's this?
I speak with Her Majesty's voice.
Crap. Man, it makes me sick.
You're worried about the Queen? Aren't streetwalkers more your type?
Ooh, witty. No, Numara's what bothers me. Hey, what the hell kind of country is it? Sounds like a seafood dish. Hey, and you over there, are you somehow involved with Numara?
No, I'm not sure.
I'm sure. A glowing white monument in the sky.
Do you remember it?
It feels like my memory is returning, bit by bit. Yours should be too.
I get dreams.
When you were talking so bitterly a while ago, was it about the dreams?
Oh, so the dreams scare you.
Yeah. My memories seem to flood my dreams. Are they just dreams? Or are they my past?
So I guess this would be after you kick the rat. This is the cutscene we missed.
Why is this always happening to me? You know, I could have just not woken up this morning. I'm not only afraid of heights, I'm claustrophobic. These are two things I can't cope with. Kai, say something. Kai, shut up!
That's important context. The Queen.
Sounds like you just had a nightmare. Who's, Liram? Must be some girl's name, huh?
I don't know. Just that it's very painful. Every time I have that dream.
I guess you really are remembering bits and pieces, huh? You look like you don't want to remember. But it seems like the memories are starting to surface anyway.
Well, there's no point in remembering them, is there?
I swear, Kime, you are such a pessimist. You know, a normal person would do anything to figure out who they were or where they'd been.
Maybe I want to cut myself off from the past.
You see, it's just like I said.
You just drop it?
What?
He can take his time and remember the past when he's ready. Can't you see? It's obvious that right now all it's doing is hurting him.
Yes, ma'am. Begging your pardon, ma'am. What is your problem? If Kime hates his memories, guess I might not even have to use this.
Listen, if either Kime or Seth seem like they're starting to regain even a fragment of their memories, use this.
What is it?
Let's just say it's a magic energy crystal. Just throw it at them. That's all you have to do, and their memories will grow muddled and sink back into darkness. If it comes down to that, I'll triple your pay.
Let me think about that.
Alright, so
Okay.
he's on the take.
What's that?
This? I got it from Lord Gongora. It's, you know, what you might call being prepared.
It's dangerous, isn't it?
Well, see for yourself. You use it like this.
Oh, so that's how he's an amnesiac guard. I'm glad that I looked this up.
Is he dead?
Huh? What the?
He went that way. Bring it on!
Excuse me?
Huh?
What am I doing here?
What's with him? Has he forgotten his job?
He's temporarily lost his memory.
Whoa, it works.
That pearl must be a magic energy crystal.
Gongora. So that's it.
He said to use it in a pinch, and that guy was pinching.
Why am I... What's going on?
You, sir, are a soldier. Act like one.
Huh? Okay. But how come...
Listen, we're just ordinary travelers, but remember? There was this misunderstanding. Yeah, and we got thrown in the slammer. I hate to ask, but I have a hair appointment.
But don't I need permission? You know, to release you guys?
Well, that's what you came here to do, right? You came here to let us falsely accuse prisoners, those are your words, not mine, out of the brig. It's obvious. There was a mistake, you see? Come on. Let's go. I distinctly heard your boss tell you to come down and let us out. Hey, congratulations on the promotion, by the way. What? Oh, that's right. You slipped and hit your head. Yeah, it looks like you've forgotten your duty.
Oh, okay. How embarrassing.
The music is perfect.
Look, see that doohickey there? Yeah, it's probably plugged into a magic engine. I don't know. Maybe it will open the door.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, that looks right. You know, I'm sorry you had to tell me how to do my job. Okay, almost got it.
Hang in there, soldier. So long, buddy.
Oh, okay. Farewell. Take care.
You're a sneaky one, aren't you?
What do you mean? It worked. Thanks for the help.
Seriously, you could charm the skin off a snake with that kind of tongue. It still bothers me why Gongora would give you something like that pearl. But I should thank you. Just this once. Right, Kaim?
Yeah.
Alright, we don't want to watch this, because that's probably after what we need to do next. And now we have the necessary context. Oh, my controller shut off. And it's probably going to freeze the emulator when my controller connects. No. Alright. Now we know what's up. Oh, come on.
あれ?
Keep running.
あれ?
Interesting, so that's still closed. We don't want to go the other way because there's soldiers. That looks like a trap. That was the tutorial. Oh, okay. So if I walk slow. Looks like we got a soldier out there. Let me see here. But how do we, I have a feeling we're gonna get thrown in the brig. Oh, he's asleep. There's a robot over here. There's an item. Oh, there's an item back there. Nice. Doesn't look like I'm missing anything by avoiding that guy. Although, I think the purpose of that is probably you'll get alerted if you set off the alarms up here. Level. Two of them down there. That ladder and start climbing it before that robot comes. That is... No! Don't see me. It's not where I want to go yet. Or is it? I must be missing something because that door is still locked. Gotta go all the way back to the beginning. Come on. believe I fell for that again.
あれ？
あれ？
あなたたち
Alright.
あれ？あなたたち
Guess it's because I was still standing there. No problem that time. Oh, I guess you put that ladder down so that if you get caught, you can just bypass having to go to the right. Right? Oh. Do we need someone else at that other button? I don't think so, no. The others didn't.
AC won't work as well.
Alright, so that did it.
どうしたの？
ああ、またこんなこと言うのもあれだけど、記憶が戻ってきてるんじゃないのか。だろ？
かもしれんな。
あんだけ嫌がってたのに。どうしたんだい？
グランドスタッフの魔導力漏れを攻撃してから時々そんな顔するわね。あの時魔導力を浴びたせい。
書くなど無用だ。
カイム、そんなこと言わないで。
お前には関係ない。
なやっべ、あの黒真珠投げんの早まったかな。早く帰って膝枕して。
Go ahead. Alright, let's see what this guy had set up for equipment. She has all the black magic and all the white magic. Much healing. Well, we're not gonna really need to possess battle, hopefully. Just attack. Use ground, I guess. Did she not have a ring on? Looks like she didn't have a ring on. What? That can't be right. That doesn't make any sense. Hopefully the save file isn't like weirdly hacked or something, because that was way too much damage. Either I missed a bunch of stuff in the earlier game, or like the save file is hacked or something. Because that damage number was not right. That would be a bummer. Got a bunch of different crafting materials. Fuck it. Well, I guess the only way to find out is going to be to get into another battle.
ちょいと遊んでやろうかね。
Try the same spell.
Get up!
Alright, well, that was more promising. I ain't looking to cheat, I'm just trying to get past that crashing problem. 1 second. Gotta take a quick break to go to the bathroom and feed my cats. I'll be right back. Oh, right.
はい聞こえるか？
おいヤンセン。
この音はハープだろう。例の女王様じゃないかな。
構うな、面倒のもとだ。
俺はないい女には鼻が利くんだ。女王様は絶対にいい女だって。いっぺんご尊顔を拝謁しとかなきゃ男が廃るってもんよ。
ちょっと
Mid-2000s
ちょっと
chauvinism.
たくどういうつもり？開けろヤンセン。たくあいつ
知っているのか女王？
昔ね、もし何も変わっていなければきっと私の知ってる人。
お前は記憶が戻っているようだな。過去が怖くはないのか？
私は過去が好き。過去のおかげで私があるんだし。違う？あれも今の私を形作った過去の一つ。私に手を差し伸べた彼女ってば笑ってたな。座礁して海のど真ん中で立ち往生してる海賊見てさ、怖がるわけでもなく、私はそいつになんていうか強さと優しさを感じた。
Accidentally turned off my monitors before and everything got rearranged. Should have been paying attention there. Just trying to pull up. Dashboard.
女王は海賊の私を咎めるどころか王宮に招き入れてくれた。そしていろんな話をした。ほんと驚いたよ。お偉いさんにこんな話せる人がいるなんてね。いや話せるだけじゃない。初めて会ったのになんかこう前から知ってるようなそんな気がした。懐かしい気すらしたよ。それに私は久しぶりに笑った。彼女もそう思ってたかわからないけど、ともかく彼女は私の話に夢中だった。東方部族の廃墟でお宝を見つけたこととか、いけすかない海賊をぶっ潰したこととか、もういろいろさ。でも後になって思うと、彼女は私の話を通して一瞬でも自由になりたかったのかもしれない。
これを。
苦労しないで女王様のお宝いただけるなんて、私も運が向いてきたな。
いいえ、お貸しするだけ。今度また会えた時に返していただくわ。
こんくらいの余力がなくちゃやってられねえっての。悪いな。 ああ、お待ちくださいませ。決して怪しいものではございません。ありがとうございます。今少し警備の方々を呼ぶのはお控えくださいまし。
あなたは？
突然の無礼をどうかお許しください、女王陛下。私はヤンセンと申すただのうつけにございます。あなた様の奏でるハープの音色に惹かれ参りました。
一体どこから？ホワイトボアは航行中なのに。
こんなにも心動かされる音色を耳にしたら、たとえ海を行く船の上といえど男は皆翼を持ってあなた様に会いに来ることでしょう。ほら、こんな風に。どうかお名前を、女王陛下。
ミンヌマラ。
やっと笑顔を見せていただいた。どうぞもっとお笑いくださいませ。うつけのざれ言にございます。その微笑みを見ることができただけでも翼持ちここに来た甲斐があったというもの。
どうなさいまして？
無礼を承知で申し上げますれば、その微笑み、うららかながらもそうどこか儚く寂しそうだ。先ほどのハープの音色、あの音色はまさにあなた様の心のありようを映し出していたのですね。
私の心。
優しく温かながら時として深い悲しみ色に沈むことがあるのです。私が惹かれたのもそんな音色の浮き沈み、この音色を奏でる人の力になりたいと。
それは
あなた様を柔らかく癒して差し上げます。どうか私に委ねてください。ここにいてはあなた様の心はもっと悲しみ色に染まってしまう。
私の心が悲しみ色。
おっと、
He drugged her.
ヤンセン、なぜ私のもとに来たの？
いい女。
Jansen. Not a good guy.
何？
They screwed everything up this time.
お前たちは
ヤンセンのタコ。
I hope no one heard that.
なぜこんなところに。さては女王をかどわかそうと目論んでいるんだね。
違う。
まずった
無抵抗なのは良いことだ。切ったではっ。お前たちは私と陛下の部屋に来い。了解。陛下、高ナスです。今何やら大きな音が聞こえましたが、陛下、ここをお開けください。陛下。
ダメです。開きません。
ブリッジ、直ちに女王陛下の部屋を開けろ。緊急事態だ。
変ですね。びくともしません。
これブリッジ、どこのドアを開けたんだ。ようや
ぜ。どうだい、俺太郎。ちょっと汚ねえけど勘弁してくれよ。おいおいおい、どうした、迷子か。それともお前も追ってってわけじゃねえよな。おあっぶねえ。反射しろよ。
お優しいのですね。
ああ、お目覚めですか。なんか変なことなさいましたか。
ごめんなさい。初めから眠ってなどいなかったのです。あなたの真意が見えず試しました。申し訳なく思います。
いや、だったらこれ何とかしてくれます。
できません。私は女王。このままあなたと行くわけにはいかないのです。
だってあんたカカナスとか言えるにケチョンケチョンに言われてるんだぜ。こんなところにいたって楽しくねえだろ。
それでも行くことはできません。その足は大丈夫。少しの間そこにいてほしいだけ。それ以上石にはなりませんわ。
ありがてえ。大事なところまで石にされちゃかなわねえからな。
やっとあなたらしい言葉を紡ぎましたこと。うつろな言葉はかえって自分を醜く見せるだけ。
それはどうもご親切に。正直固い喋りは肩凝るんでね。しかし燃えるぜ女王様。足が元に戻ったら本気で口説かせてもらうぜ。女王陛下。やっべ、ツルツル岩石が来やがった。ご無事ですか。もう
ての夢とすべての意志、そしてすべての献身がここに集う。波紋を持たぬ水面が映し出す己の姿から目をそらすことなく、その欲望に身を支配されることなく、平穏とみなぎる力を共存させるためにヌマラは存在する。この者たちを町に放とう。この者たちと自由に話そう。この者たちの欲望を知るのだ。さあ、この者たちを解き放て。お前たちは自由を得た。
メイ、
旅の者よ、寛大なる女王陛下のお心遣いによってお前たちは放免となった。どこなりと行くがよかろう。これにて3回。
何よ、放免されたら無視ってわけ？
いいじゃないの。晴れて自由の身なんだから、みんに感謝しようぜ。
さっきから気になるわね、その呼び方。あんたもしかして女王に何かした？
なーによ、バカなこと言ってんじゃないですか。
The impassable stairs. Can't go that way either. Probably a side quest to find that girl's dog.
お役目大義でございました。
あれでよかったのですか？
目的はただ一つ。奴らを泳がせ、ウーラへの接触の事実をつかむことです。
そして何を得るのです？
ウーラの工作員という事実をつかんで再度拘束いたします。彼らは対ウーラの交渉カードに利用します。もちろんこの交渉の先に我々が得るのはグランドスタッフの情報です。
グランドスタッフ？
ウーラはグランドスタッフと名付けた巨大な魔導機関を建造し、何やら測っている模様です。今やウーラは全世界にとって大変な脅威なのです。
脅威？
ウォール高原での惨劇はグランドスタッフと何らかの関連があると我が情報部は結論付けております。このままウーラの暴走を許せば、いつまた惨劇が繰り返されるやもしれません。我ら軍部はこれを阻止せんとしてウーラへの攻撃を全軍一致で採択いたしました。
戦争を起こすつもりですか？
すでにホワイトボアを戦闘機関とするべく武装強化に着手しております。これは世界のためなのです。
許しません。いけま
せん。陛下は望まずとも国民は納得するでしょう。陛下が推し進めてきた我が国の鎖国政策、魔導産業革命の現在、すでに限界に達しております。
鎖国は平和を願ってのことです。
いいですか。これは世界の平和のためにヌマラが取るべき新国家体制の始まりでもあるのです。我々は女王陛下の教えのもとに平和を広めんがために武力を持つのです。
武力は暴力にいともたやすく転じるとは思いませんか？
ヌマラに小惑星を落とされても良いというのですか。そうなれば陛下を慕う多くの国民が一瞬のうちに灰と化してしまうのですぞ。グランドスタッフはウーラのような愚かな国家ではなく、我がヌマラのコントロール下に置きます。そして平和のために利用するのです。これをもってヌマラは世界最強の平和国家になりうるのですぞ。必然の戦争というものもあるのです、陛下。飾りは飾りらしく、黙って笑っておればよいもの。誰か来てくれ。
definitely missed some of these before the upstreamers. These whole three right here. I missed somehow. I'll have to view those later. That was the prison one. You know, just a bomb in the closet. No big deal. Don't mind me just walking right into your hotel room. Oh boy, 10 gold. Story time. The ramparts will fall to the enemy. It is just a matter of time. They will mount their attack at dawn. The main body of the Allied forces has already drawn far back from the front. Only the mercenaries are left behind the barricade. Their orders: defend it to the death. These men who have gone from battlefield to battlefield know exactly what that means. They've just left us here to die, chuckles the one called Toma, in darkness too thick for a person to make out his own hand. They want us to buy time so the main force can pull further back. I guess we're supposed to be their shields, performing our final service to our employers. His dry, papery laugh shakes the darkness. Kime says nothing in reply. Other mercenaries must be gathered there, around them in the blackness, but all keep their thoughts to themselves. Mercenaries have nothing to say to each other on the battlefield. They might be on opposite sides in the next battle. At a time like this especially, when they have to defend a barricade against the enemy's withering attack, they can't spare time even to look at each other's faces. Kime knows nothing about this fighter called Toma. His voice sounds young. He probably has very little experience as a mercenary. If a man grows talkative in the face of death, it means that, deep down somewhere, he has a weakness that prevents him from becoming a true soldier. A mercenary with even a hint of such a weakness can never cheat death and live to see another day. It is the law of the battlefield, and a man like Toma will only learn that law in the moment before he loses his life. We're done for. We'll all be dead in the morning. Oops. We'll have that silent homecoming they talk about. I can't stand it. I just can't stand it. In the darkness, no voices rise to second these sentiments. It's too late for talk like this. The day they chose the mercenaries' path is when they should have resigned themselves to death. They sell their lives for little money. They prolong their lives a day at a time by taking the lives of one enemy after another. It's what a mercenary is, nothing more, nothing less. Hey, can anybody hear me? How many of us are there? We're all going to die together. We'll just be a line of corpses in the morning. Don't shut up now, answer me. No one says a thing. Instead of voices, the silent darkness begins to fill with a tangible sense of annoyance. Wordlessly to gather on the battlefield, wordlessly to fight the enemy, and just as wordlessly to die. That is the rule of the mercenary, the aesthetic of the mercenary, if such an expression may be permitted. But Toma has taken it upon himself to abandon that aesthetic. I knew it was hopeless from the start. Headquarters didn't know what they were doing. There was no way a strategy like that would work. You know what I'm talking about, don't you guys? We had to lose. It was a total mess. I wish to hell I had joined the other side. Then we could have gotten a mountain of cash for winning. We could have drunk ourselves blind. We could have had all the women we wanted. I could have gone either way on this one, but I picked the wrong side to fight on. Hey you! An older voice booms out of the darkness, an angry voice. Yeah, what? Answers Toma, his voice more vibrant now at having last found someone willing to talk to him. As if to crush his momentary enthusiasm, the older man goes on. How about shutting up a while? If you really want to run off that mouth that much, I can send you to the next world a step ahead of the rest of us. I'm sorry. Instantly dejected, Toma falls silent and the darkness goes still again. The stillness is charged, however, with a deep tension. Far deeper even than before Toma started talking. The veteran warriors know, watch out for talkative men. Being talkative means trusting in words, trusting too much in words. Words are useless on the battlefield. You take up your weapon in silence, you steel yourself in silence, you fight in silence, you kill the enemy or he kills you, in silence. All the mercenaries here have lived this way, all but the talkative one. A soldier who clings too desperately to words may cling just as desperately to something else, to the sweet trap of betrayal, for example, or the seduction of desertion under fire, or the lure of madness. Time has often seen pitiful mercenaries who, unable to endure the terror of being surrounded by the enemy, go berserk and attack men from their own side. Will Toma prove to be such another case? The possibility is great, and no doubt the other men are thinking the same thing too. In stillness they turn the same gazes toward Toma that they reserve for confrontations with the enemy, looking for any sign of change in his demeanor. The moment they perceive the slightest threat in him, a blade will soundlessly pierce the left side of his chest. The silence continues. Not even the usual all-night cries of insects can be heard tonight, as they were last night. Perhaps the insects knew enough to clear out in advance of the enemy's dawn attack. The thought reminds Kime that he saw no birds in the area yesterday either, although animals came to snatch food when the men first built this fortification. There's been no sign of them for several days now. Animals have mysterious powers of foreknowledge that humans have not. This becomes painfully obvious from any visit to a battlefield. There can be little doubt that the animals have turned their backs on this barricade. Right about now, in some distant forest, a huge flock of black birds may be taking wing in search of human corpses to strip of their flesh. It's feast time, boys. They already know, somehow. Once the sun is fully up, the battle will be over. If they don't get hit first, they'll lose their feast to a flock from another forest. Their black bodies hidden against the night sky. Those birds are probably flying for all they're worth. A voice in the night. Toma's voice, weeping. Listen, you guys. I don't know how many of you are out there, but we're all going to die in the morning. Or most of us. Maybe one or two will live to escape, but no more. Think about it. Those are lousy odds. You've all been through this before. You're veterans, war heroes. You're probably not scared, but even so, even if you're not scared, don't you think this is stupid? Huh? Tell me. I've been through a lot more battles than I have. You've been through a lot more battles than I have. So tell me, what the hell are we here for? We don't hate the enemy. We don't owe the leaders on our side anything. But we've got to kill the enemy and follow our leader's orders. We're still going to end up dead. Tell me, you guys, don't you think it's pointless? Don't you think it's stupid? The only response to Toma is an impatient click of a tongue in the darkness, followed by someone else's sigh of annoyance. I can't take it any longer, says Toma. I hate this. And now he is sobbing. All I wanted was some money and maybe something better to eat, and maybe nicer clothes. I would have been happy with that. What a mistake I made, taking work like this. I should have never have done it. Kaim keeps all of his senses open for movement in the night. Aside from himself and Toma, 5 other soldiers are crouching down in the darkness. Not bad, all are experienced warriors. They would not have been able to put up with Toma's whining otherwise. If they let themselves get angry and started shouting at him, or grabbing him by the throat, or wailing away at him, it would have just ended up consuming their strength and energy before their work started at dawn. If this is an assemblage of men who know how to keep their silence, then the chances for life are that much greater, assuming that is, that the talkative weeping man does not become too great of a burden for the rest of them. Still sobbing, Toma continues to curse his fate. Suddenly, something is different. Something stirs in the silence. This could be bad, Kaim thinks, sharpening his attentiveness still more. When the dawn breaks, Toma will get in our way. Because of him, the possibility for life will wither. The mercenaries know that. Because they know it, they might do whatever it takes for them to secure themselves even the slightest chance to live. I don't want to die here, I tell you. Not now, not here, like a worthless dog. You guys feel the same way, don't you? Moonlight shines down from a rift in the clouds. For a split second, Toma's tear-stained face appears in the darkness. He's even younger than Kaim imagined from the sound of his voice. He's practically a boy. The clouds hide the moon again. A thick black darkness enfolds everything once more. A dull light stirs in the depths of the darkness. Without a word, Kaim darts wind-like towards it. He was able to gauge the distance between himself and Toma during the flash of moonlight. Kaim grabs Toma's arm. Something hard falls to the ground. The dull light flashes again, this time at their feet, and melts again into the darkness. A knife. Driven by the fear of death, Toma was trying to slit his own throat. Toma twists away and tries to free his arm from Kaim's grasp, but Kaim chops him in the solar plexus. Without uttering a sound, Toma passes out. Toma slung across his back, Kaim strides through the darkness. Eventually Toma wakes and grasps at his legs to get loose. Stop it, let me go! Kaim lowers him to the ground. Every once in a while the moon comes out. Check your direction when that happens. Go straight toward the setting moon, Kaim says gently. What the hell are you talking about? It's the only way we can get out of here. Kaim has chosen the thinnest part of the enemy's encirclement. Of course, there is no guarantee that getting through here will save him. From now on, Toma will have to believe in his own luck and abilities. Are you coming too? Toma asks. No, I'm going back. You escape alone. Why? You come too. Let's both escape. Come with me. Toma clings to Kaim's arm as he pleads with him, but Kaim gives him a hard slap on the cheek. The flesh of that cheek is too soft to belong to a veteran warrior. It is the flesh of a boy, a kid. You go alone. But why? To live, that's why. What about you? You want to live too, don't you? You should run away with me. You don't want to die, do you? Want to live? No, Kaim has no great desire to live. He lives because there's nothing else he can do. He lives because he has to. Toma is far too young. His own burden of life is far too fragile for him to know the pain of such a life. We live to fight, that's what mercenaries do. But get the hell out of here, you're ruining it for the rest of us. You guys will never win this battle, so why not run away? It's our job to fight. With that, Kaim turns on his heels and starts back the way they came. Toma stands there watching Kaim move away, and a moment later he himself darts into the western forest. To fight or flee, Kaim cannot know which holds the greater promise for life. He also believes it better to not to know. Except, I hope you make it, boy, he mutters, walking on. The eastern sky is beginning to brighten little by little. Soon the enemy's all-out attack will begin. In the western forest, a few birds take the air. Perhaps it means that a small-scale battle has started in the silence. or that the poor young mercenary has been felled with his back to the enemy. Time does not look back or break his stride. He feels certain he has seen that talkative mercenary before. Before the war broke out, the boy was selling fruit in the market along the highway. He was a good boy, took good care of his mother. The women of the market were saying, "Live a long, full life, time wishes for the boy," and he himself walks on, glaring at the lightning eastern sky. Reverb effects. Ah. Multiple effects, you say? Interesting. The absorb level 1, damage up level 1, damage critical, beast killer, hardened killer, bio killer. Earthen damage, winded damage. Okay, so we'll combine each of those with a bruiser ring. 4 of these total. I need 1 each of the flame, aqua, wind, and earth. Oh, I thought that the stock was how many he had left in stock. I was like, how does it go? Probably more whetstones than I need. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom, be right back. All right. Back and check. Where was it? This way? Kid here was looking for his dog. Alright then. Let's see here. sparkly thing, huh? Weapon shop, that's where I got that item. Much money buying heals. Oh, I'm selling. Damn it. That's not what I meant to do. And now these things are super expensive. Shit. Well, I guess I'll have to earn more money. Some way to get in there. Was an examine prompt. Where is it? Oh, over inside. Back door. Oh, it's locked. Probably a key somewhere. Story time. Letters from a weakling. Once there was a woman who came from a foreign land to marry into an old family. Her husband was from a tiny village in the mountains, but he was working in a thriving harbor town abroad when he met and fell in love with her. At the same time he asked her to marry him, his father in his home country collapsed and died. Being the eldest son in his family, the young man had no choice but to return to his homeland, taking her with him, of course. Her name was Mina. This was not a name used by the women of his homeland. Indeed, her name was not the only thing that was different. The color of her skin, hair, and eyes, and the language she spoke were all different. Had the young man's hometown been a harbor city where people of many different lands crossed paths, there would have been nothing unusual about this. In such places, there were any number of homes that welcomed foreign men and women into the family, generation after generation. But this is about as deep in the country as you can get, a young man told Kame, sighing, on the night he made Mina his wife. Kime had rushed here all the way from the harbor town in the far country to attend the wedding. At the banquet, the young man had given Kime a look, and the two had slipped away from the festivities. They were standing in the garden looking up at the night sky. When the eldest son marries, his wishes are of no importance. What matters is family. The two families negotiate the engagement, and the bride is chosen who is acceptable to the groom's parents. That's how it was with my parents, and with my grandparents did the same. I know what you mean, Kime said with a nod. Judging from the formal wedding ceremony, it was easy to imagine the highly conservative nature of the area. And just as easy to imagine that the relatives had not welcomed Mina into the family. Alex, Kime said to the young man. Yes? The young man answered, still looking up at the sky. You're the only one who can protect Mina now, you know. I know that much, Kime. Mina is a wonderful girl. I know that too, of course. The three were good friends. Kime and Alex had worked together offloading ships at the same pier, and also together they had often gone into the neighborhood where Mina worked in an outdoor stall. Even now, Kime retains the bittersweet memory of Alex and Mina struggling to communicate in each other's languages. You know, Kime, Alex said over the night sky. I think you sensed it too, but Mina was drawn less to me than to Kime cut him short. Never mind, he said with a pained smile. Of course, Kime knew how Mina felt, and if he had responded to her feelings, she and Alex would not have been married here today. But Kime had held back. Instead, he had urged Alex to pursue his love for Mina and help the two come face to face. He felt no regrets about having played the part of an unlikely Cupid for them, destined to continue his never-ending journey. Kime was unable to love Mina in return. One of Alex's uncles stepped out of the house, drunk. Hey Alex, what are you doing out here? He growled. The groom can't be absent from the reception. Sure, I'll be right there, said Alex, turning toward his uncle. Kime tapped him on the shoulder. Make Mina happy, Alex. Leave it to me, he answered with a smile. Come on, said the uncle. Hurry up, the groom's supposed to sit there the whole time. The entire family is here. We're going to drink the night away. He grabbed Alex's hand and dragged him back into the house. The man was all smiles with Alex, but when he glanced at Kane, his borderline polite smile could not disguise the gleam of distrust in his eye for an outsider. Kime was sure he had noticed that same gleam, though perhaps not as openly displayed in the eyes that alighted on Mina. So that was the kind of village to which Mina had come as a bride. You'd better make her happy, Alex, Kime called out again toward his friend's receding form. I'm counting on you. But now the uncle had his arm around Alex's shoulders, and he was noisily monopolizing his nephew's attention. Alex never heard those words from Kime, I don't know. It was 3 months later when Alex came to visit Kime at work on the pier. I'm in town on a buying trip, so I thought I'd stop by and say hello, Alex announced. But judging from the fatigue evident on his friend's face, Kym had a pretty good idea for his real reason for coming here. As casually as possible, Kym asked, "How's Mina doing?" With a feeble smile, Alex replied, "After the wedding, things happened. Mina had been accepted neither as a member of the family nor as a resident of the village. There were too many differences in daily customs and culture. The one thing that made Mina too different for the tiny village was the brown color of her skin." Oh boy. If only she could speak with people. Mina is trying her best to learn our language, but my mother and the other relatives made no attempt to learn hers. Not so much as a good morning or thank you. They insist it's up to the daughter-in-law to do all the adapting. Still, Mina was working hard to draw closer to Alex's family and birthplace. She would be the first one out to the fields in the morning, work without break until the sun went down, and do sewing until late at night. She would try to talk to people in the local dialect that Alex had taught her, using gestures and body language, and she would apologize profusely with abject smiles whenever she failed to understand what they were saying. Kym could easily imagine Mina going through these exertions, which made Alex's report all the more painful to him. "You should come visit us now and then, Kym. Mina would love to see you too." Kym responded vaguely with a silent nod. When Alex added, "I want you to come and cheer her up," he said nothing in reply. "What's wrong, Kym? Are you angry?" "I'm not going to visit." "Why not?" "You promised you'd make her happy, remember? We agreed that you're the only one that can do that." "But still." "Sorry, I haven't got time for this. I have to get the ship loaded before it sails at sunset." With his curt dismissal, Kym turned away and continued working. Alex stared at him from behind, looking frustrated and confused. Kym could feel his friend's gaze on his back. Because he could feel it, he kept working, without another backward glance. Eventually, Alex gave up and left. Neither man spoke words of farewell. A year after the wedding, Mina gave birth to a son. The boy had brown skin like his mother. He had just started crawling when Alex visited Kym again. There was talk of a divorce, Alex said. "There's nothing wrong with our relationship. Mina and I love each other. That's for certain. But my mother and the relatives say there's no way they can accept a brown-skinned child as their family heir. His existence supposedly harms the marriage prospects of my younger brother and sister, too. They want us to send the baby to Mina's family. It's gone that far." Alex had lost a great deal of weight. He was obviously living with much pain every day, trapped as he was between family and Mina. None of this made sense to Kane. However trapped Alex might be, as long as he was firm on what was important to him, there could only be one answer to his family's demands, and he should be able to arrive at it without anguish or confusion. "I know how strong you are," Alex sighed, speaking to Kym's back as Kym went on hoisting huge spine-snapping crates in silence. The longshoremen here were well paid for handling crates on their own, loads that it would take 3 ordinary men to lift. The daily wage was calculated by the number of loads each man lifted, so asking for help would result in a pay cut. For this reason, Kym and the others never complained or asked for help. They would lift even the heaviest loads by themselves. Alex had been like that too. If someone nearby asked him, "Are you going to be okay with that?" he would be all the more determined to do it on his own. Fine, fine, he would smile, and gritting his teeth, he would lift the giant load. But Alex was not like that anymore. I'm starting to think that maybe, in the long run, tying Mina down to my life in my village is just going to make her unhappy. My relatives say they'll support Mina and the baby, so it's not as if I'd be abandoning her or chasing her away. It's just that, for both our sakes, starting a new life. Having finished piling crates on the deck, Kym turned toward Alex for the first time. He was looking down at Alex on the pier. "And you're alright with that?" "Huh?" "If you're convinced it's the right thing, then go ahead and do it. It's not for me to interfere." Alex's features distorted under the impact of Kime's words. Kime said nothing more but went back to work. His anger and frustration were reaching the boiling point. Alex had no idea that Mina had been writing to Kime on occasion since shortly after the wedding, about the hardships she had been facing in her home of her husband's family. She had not said a word. Instead, she would spell out how happy her current life was and declare repeatedly how much Alex loved her. Anyway, the letters would end like this. I'm sure you too must be living happily, Kime. This is why Alex's report of the situation at home had filled him with such intense anger and frustration. He had never answered Mina's letters. He felt certain that if he were to write to her, whether with words of encouragement or comfort, or even playing along with her sad lies, somehow something important gave her spiritual support. Something important that gave her spiritual support would snap in two. Come see the baby, Kime, Alex pleaded. Mina would be thrilled if you'd do that. Instead of responding to Alex, Kime called out to him from the deck. See that crate over there? Can you lift it? The crate near Alex was of the same size and weight as the one Kime had just loaded onto the ship. In the old days, Alex would not have hesitated to carry it up to the ship, every muscle in his body shuddering. Now, however, Alex gave Kime one timid glance and said, smiling to hide his embarrassment, said only, "Not me." Kime said nothing more. He felt strongly that their long friendship had come to an end. Though in fact, for Kime, whose life would go on for all eternity, it had been nothing more than a momentary acquaintance. Kime has been on his endless journey ever since, and now and then, he thinks back to those bygone days. Both Alex and Mina long ago came to dwell among his distant memories, the kind of memories that revive with a deep sense of bitterness. And they are there to this day. Alex made his third trip to see Kime a year after the baby was born. Having wasted to a mere shadow of his former self, Alex stared vacantly at Kime. His voice lacked all intonation as he announced Mina's death. She had killed herself, hanged herself in the barn. Kime was amazed at his own detachment as he took in Alex's words. Mina's letters had stopped coming several months earlier. Either she no longer needed to spin those sad little lies about being accepted by Alex's family and the townsfolk, or she had lost the strength to invent them anymore. In effect, it was the latter. Kime was learning now. To the very end, she could not make anyone accept her. My mother, my family, or the town, Alex said tearfully. She was all alone, finally, to the very end. Without a word, Kime punched Alex in the face. Alex seemed to know and accept the fact that the punch would be coming. He did nothing to resist or defend himself. The fist hit him full on and sent him sprawling in the road. Why? Kime demanded to know. Why did you say she was all alone? And when Alex righted himself, he smashed him in the face again. Alex began coughing violently and uncontrollably, and when he spat up a gob of blood, a broken back tooth came out with it. Kime knew well enough that Alex had been suffering too, that he had been engaged in a desperate struggle to do something about being trapped between family and life. Otherwise, he would never have wasted away so dramatically from the brawny young man he used to be. As well as he knew this, however, Kime could not forgive him. He had promised and had given his word. He would make Mina happy, he would protect her. Kime could never forgive Alex for failing to make good on his oath. Wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, Alex dragged himself to his feet. I know how strong you are, he said to Kime, as he had once before, but this time his words took on a far sadder tone. But let me tell you this, Kime. My mother, my relatives, and the others, their way of looking at things is not completely crazy. To live in peace and quiet in the country, you have to follow the country's special rules. It just so happens that one of those rules was not to accept a bride like Mina. I was born and raised in that village, and I know the village code, and I know it all too well, which is why I have been in such pain all these months. I'm a weakling, I suppose, in your eyes. I'm probably so weak you want to spit on me, so laugh at me, hit me. Despise me if you want. Come on, hit me again. I don't know how someone who's just been punched in the face a bunch and is missing a tooth could say all that. Alex thrust his face at Kime for more punishment, and Kime threw another punch. This one landed squarely on his nose and may have broken it. Alex crumpled to his knees. The blood that gushed from his nose was blacker than the blood from his mouth. Alex looked up at Kime with a smile of self-derision. Mina would have been with you, that's what I think. If she had married you and not some weakling like me, she'd still be alive. With a wordless, strangled cry of rage, Kime lunged at Alex, grabbing him by the collar and hoisting him to his feet. Another punch, and another. Kime was not planning to stop punching Alex. Now though, with Kime's hand still fastened to the front of his shirt, Alex looked straight at Kime for the first time since coming to the dock. Why didn't you ever answer Mina's letters? That's all she was hoping for, a letter from you. So he knew, Alex knew everything. It's terrible out there in the country. Anybody who wants to can find out who wrote letters and who got them. Everybody out there is like family, everybody but Mina, that is. If Alex had wanted to, he could have quashed Mina's letters easy. Then not one of her sad little lies would have reached Kime. But instead, Alex had read the letters, resealed the envelopes, and sent them to Kime one after another. He had internalized Mina's sad little lies and started looking for Kime's answers even before she did. Kime stopped his fist in midair and asked, "How could I have possibly answered her?" "Why not?" Alex retorted. "You knew how trapped she was feeling. You must have known how much encouragement one word from you could have given her. But you were Mina's husband." "Yes, that's true, but you were always the one deepest in her heart. I knew that, and because I knew it, there was only one thing I could do." "No, that couldn't be." Astounded, Kime lowered his fist as Alex said to him, "I wrote to her. I pretended I was you, and I wrote letter after letter after letter. Be strong, I told her. Keep your spirits up. I'll come to see you soon. You're too strong, Kime, so I can't understand the feelings of weak people. But I don't have that problem. I'm weak. I understood how a weakling like Mina felt." Alex cried, the blood streaming from his nose and mouth. "There's one thing I don't know though, Kime. I don't know whether Mina actually believed that the letters I wrote were from you, or whether she knew what I was doing and pretended to believe. I wonder, was life in my village so painful to her that she couldn't go on living there without pretending to believe?" Kime made no attempt to answer Alex's question. Slowly, he let the strength go out of his clenched fist and released his grip on Alex's shirt. Alex drew a step back from him and then another step, putting distance between them before his final revelation. "There was one letter, just one, that I didn't send to you. That was 3 months ago. It was the first letter in which Mina begged you for help. She said she wanted to run away and asked you to come and save her as soon as possible to rescue her and the baby. That was the letter Alex threw away. Posing as came, he wrote a 2-word answer, 'Be strong.' The day after she read the letter from Alex, Mina hanged herself in the barn." Dang, dude. Kame stood rooted in the spot, crestfallen. This left him momentarily defenseless. Alex shot his fist after Kime's solar plexus. Though the feeble blow could hardly be called a punch, the pain it inflicted might have been greater for Alex's own fist than for Kame's superbly conditioned muscles. What an idiot I was. Be strong. Such words might have meant something to somebody like you, but to burden a weak person like Mina with them, no, they could only break and crush her. Alex gave another tearful, self-disparaging smile and thrust his face towards Kame. "So hit me. I don't give a damn. Hit me all you want. Beat the hell out of me. But let me ask you this, Kime. If I had sent her last letter to you, would you have finally answered that one? Would you have been able to accept Mina in all her weakness?" Kime did not know how to answer this question, nor did he raise a clenched fist to Alex again. So ended the story of Kime and Alex. Alex turned and walked away, but Kime could not bring himself to call out to him. He simply stood there, drained of all emotion, and watched him go. Alex did, however, turn to face Kym again when he had put out enough distance between them so Kym could barely make out his voice. "I can tell you this much, Kym," he shouted. "I'm going to raise that boy of mine. I'll make him into the man of my village. I may have been too weak to be a husband, but as a father I'll do better. I'll make him happy." Kym returned his words with a silent nod. Alex allowed the hint of a smile to show on his badly swollen face. He then turned on his heels once more and strode away. Kym never saw Alex again. Every now and then, Kym remembers Alex and Mina as he proceeds on his endlessly long journey. When he thinks back on what he himself was like in those days, wanting only to be strong in all things, the memory is a bitter one. If only he had been the person he is today, present-day Kym would not have rejected such human weakness. Now he can accept the fact, sometimes with a pained smile, sometimes with a genuine heartbreak, that everyone is weak. If only he could begin his journey again, might not have had to die. But this is no more than a hopeless dream. He meets them only once, and they are gone forever. The mortals, the humans, the ones without eternal life. This is what makes them all the more dear to him. This is what makes his breast burn for them. Aware now that he had failed to love human weakness throughout his battles and his wanderings, Kym turns his steps towards Alex's old village. Alex himself, of course, is long since dead, but Alex's descendants can tell at a glance. They have brown skin. Brown-skinned youths are the ones in charge of the village festivals. Brown-skinned old women teach girls how to weave floral decorations. Brown-skinned children and those who are not brown play together in all innocence free of care. Perhaps this can comprise a tiny epilogue to the story of Alex, Kym, and Mina. The graves of Alex and Mina lie side by side atop a low, windswept hill. Kym picks flowers from the field and offers them the doomed couple's graves before returning to the road. What is human strength after all? Kym still does not know the answer to this question. And this is why, again today, his journey must go on. The end. Damn. Dude's seen some fucked up shit. Right, so dock loaders. Now we know all about the troubled story of dock loading. Still don't know how to get into the back door of the shop. Seems there's another door back there. Maybe you can get there somehow from the ladder over here. There's another chest over there. Oh, I thought I got this. The chest is closed though. Oh, it's on the other side. I got this one. So if I could see the chest from the other side there. It's like, I guess I can. It's like down on the other side of the river. There. So I probably have to go down that street and loop around or something. Well, I think I'm going to call it here for now. Until next time.